But yeah, in any case, to drink coffee, she was like, she's having a break.
I'll wait till she's back.
She's having a break. Probably I think she's not gonna get back.
Or it's actually the power box to close. Tap, tap.
I'll wait till we reach there.
No.
Oh yeah, we are live. We're to
Take all like this. Okay, there. Yeah, they don't care. Let's do that.
Just persuade this divider a little bit. Nice.
What the third one? I like this one.
We'll see exactly.
You have to make another modification of the structure.
Another slight modification to the bow box. Andy's gonna be so happy. So telling him it was your call.
Now we are live on part 2. If you want to reintroduce
I
yourself.
think that's gonna be good.
You first. You first. Yeah, please.
I'm gonna catch you. I'm gonna catch you.
Hello, welcome back everyone to research vessel Falkor 2 of the Schmidt Ocean Institute. You're watching live video feeds from the remotely operated vehicle, or ROV Sebastian, off the coast of Costa Rica. We are here on the Dr. Beth Orcutt cruise of Octopus Odyssey Part 2. If you joined us back in June, you would have seen the first stunning photos and videos that we released of this area. And I will hand it over to one of our esteemed scientists, Odalisca.
Hola de nuevo a todos. Gracias por estar aquí. Vamos a iniciar la segunda parte de esta transmisión. Estamos en el monte submarino Caballito, en el área alrededor del monte de la montaña submarina El Dorado, a unos 200 kilómetros al noroeste de la costa del Golfo de Nicoya. Estamos en el Falkor 2 y en este momento a 2.781 metros de profundidad con el robot Sebastian, que es este instrumento que usamos para poder recolectar muestras a estas profundidades. En este sitio encontramos unos depósitos de carbonato muy interesantes. Es un sitio que es más que todo lodoso, y ahora vamos a tomar una muestra de este substrato con un artefacto que se llaman push cores, como decir, ¿cómo se diría? Núcleos que se sacan, ¿verdad? Lo que se hace es un aparato que tiene como un vacío, entonces se introduce en el sedimento y con una válvula jala un poco del sustrato sin perder la estratigrafía. Entonces cuando se saca del agua se estudian todas las partes de ese núcleo. Algunas son para ver la composición orgánica, otras son para ver la composición mineral, y también se estudian ahí microbios, bacterias y otros organismos.
I think we have left 4 and 8, right? Say something so that can go to
Like this?
because a fossil here, so
We had two extra spots.
yeah.
All of these are from the other side of the river. So 4 and 8 are gonna
So that's 4. But there's something that speaks of the gas. That's not 3.
See that?
Is it not?
Come up a little bit more, so use a little bit more of your yaw, just right there to show right.
Sería 168. Sería
Como con carbonato, no del carbonato, porque es importante.
see that view. That's like where you're there. You know, where we're going. Yeah, you got a kind of a view right here. Here's that. You got a lot of shoulder. Go ahead. That's good. You got a lot of shoulder up. You guys want to go?
So next now is shoulders tired.
Rotate your jaws around. I can put that in. I can't, I'm just talking about the time.
Yeah, for time.
Not anywhere, right?
Yes, anywhere. Maybe there, close to the place you collected the fossil? Is about there, around
no,
there?
that's in front of us. That's where we were just scraping. The fossil came from right here.
Okay, it's better there. Where
Better
the
there.
fossil
Like
comes.
right over it or just next to it?
Could it be right over?
Absolutely.
Okay, it's better.
Right on top?
Yeah, yeah.
And rotate it a little bit.
Solo uno.
Try to get that straight up and down. Watch the shadows on this too.
Happy with this style of it?
Yes, it's okay. Thank you.
Might take a little bit of pushing. Try to straighten up your arm if you can. Hold that. I'm going to start easing off my thrust. Alright, that's me easing off. That's me all the way off. Alright. So I'm going to push forward just easy to start slowly coming up with the arm. Let me turn the rotors on.
Where are we at? We are in waypoint 8, around there.
Okay.
We are going up to the waypoint 9, but now we stop to collect some fossils,
Yeah.
some
the
the
ledge.
second
Yeah.
one, and also core. Yeah, there is enough
Mhm.
carbonates that Maria needs.
So did we decide, are we actually doing transects or are we just
No,
exploring?
they decided not to do the second transect
Okay.
because this is everything is like similar.
Yeah,
So we are just exploring now,
Okay.
going up to the waypoint 9.
okay, that's fine.
And here I cross out this one because we cannot collect this more because we already collected a lot of this.
Okay, and we're
And as a matter of fact, it
reaching
is
our
not
permit.
here.
Yeah,
Here you can find the some Pythagorean, but we're not going to collect it. If Randy wants a sample, it has to be the Narella or the Candidella or something
Okay.
like that, the big thing,
Yeah.
if they are big. So that's why I cross it.
That's
Is it
fine.
Okay, and now we have almost everything. We need more sponges and these 2 types of octocoral that I haven't seen yet.
okay.
Do you want to change something?
No, no, this sounds good. So I think, you know, we're coming to waypoint 9.
Uh-huh.
You know, it might be an optical illusion, but maybe this side is more rugged. Maybe there's less sediment.
It looks like that.
So I
yeah.
think, you know, once you get there, maybe we come down and explore this part and see if it looks any different.
Okay, around here.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
Mhm.
we're exploring.
Okay. Is Randy going to leave now, or I can say, or can I stay?
Oh, I have no idea whose shift it is.
Oh,
What time is it?
Hers. But I can say if you want, if you wish.
Yeah, I think as long, either way, if she knows what the plan is, then it's fine for
No
her to take a
problem.
shift, because she hasn't had a chance to be talking much yet, because
Okay.
we've always been on the BBC during filming.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think she would like to have a shift.
Yeah, I know.
And then,
Mhm.
but probably when we get to Andy, I don't know where we'll be in the dive plan, but
Okay.
he is very unfamiliar with what we're doing, so I'm sure he'd be
Totally.
happy to have help.
Okay.
Yeah. Does
Thank
that sound good?
Yeah,
Okay.
sounds good.
What are y'all doing now? Y'all gonna just do more
Okay.
transect? More?
We are going to try to get the waypoint 9. Okay, go in the boat, and then when we get there, we will do maybe some collection if we have find something. If not, when we get there, we can move around here because maybe here is less sediment, as Beth said, and we can explore this part.
Mhm. Sounds good.
This could be the plan.
Sounds like a good plan to me.
Okay. Then,
Hi.
Randy, the
Hi.
idea-
Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening.
Everything.
Get to market
Okay,
What's the
we
plan?
are going to point 9.
Yeah.
Now we are around here.
Okay.
So when we get here, we can explore a little bit there.
Okay.
And then it's not marked here, but we are going down around here.
Okay.
Okay, maybe you will find Narella around.
Okay.
If you find big Narella, you can do 2 pieces.
Okay.
And here, this is the vision list. I cross out the pink one because we already collected a lot.
Okay.
I want to stretch more the populations of that. But I think that it is not here. What you could find here is some chrysodoria, maybe. But you
I don't think I
collect.
want to work with them. Do you want them?
No, I already have samples from here. So we are not going to collect this, but probably this one,
What?
the other one,
Yeah.
Narella or Claviella or Candidella, I don't know which one, because there are 2 species over
Okay.
here. And then we are going to, for more, maybe sponges or mollusks, but we will see. I
Okay.
bring-
Will
I
you stay here so that
Yes, I will
for
be
the things
here.
that you want?
Exactly. I will be around or here.
Okay.
So
But just to be clear, I can't collect any more Thorella? No?
As a matter of fact, you won't find it.
I won't
here.
find it here. Okay.
But if you find it, no.
Okay, that's helpful to know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry for that.
That's okay. Glad to have you.
We have to stick to the permits.
Yeah.
We already passing the limit.
Okay.
So
Thanks.
I don't want to
Yep, fair enough.
get in trouble with the authorities.
No, of course not. Thank you very much. Hello everyone. I think we are going to go to waypoint 9. Did you catch that? Yep. Yep. So, okay. Hi everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I am Randy Rojan from Boston University and the Blue Nature Alliance, and I am so incredibly excited and honored to be on this amazing expedition to some seamounts in Costa Rica with some phenomenal colleagues from Costa Rica and from all over the world on a ship. There's 64 people on this ship. Everyone here is working to make all of the science happen that you're seeing right in front of you. I've got Claude and Tyler flying. Sophia? Nope, not Sophia. John? Definitely not Sophia.
It's funny sometimes if Carl and Tyler are over here, I'm confused with
I just assumed it was my fault. We have Oda and Theo in the room, and we're flying to the top of the ridge with Claude at the controls. We already collected an irregular urchin, yeah? Yeah. So if you note this irregular urchin that we see, can I use the science? Okay. In front of us, we collected one of these earlier. This is of great interest to one of the scientists here, Leo. There are some brittle stars that we're passing as we go over this beautiful draped plain. We're just getting some notes from our science party about what they're looking for in this area, and what we're going to try to do is transit up the sand relatively quickly, I think, if that's okay with you, Claude, as we get to hopefully some rocky areas, which it looks like there might be something up ahead, but I can't really tell. What is this? I have some... Can I zoom in? Well, let's keep going, I think. But let's take some looks. Do you want to stop for anything? You want to stop?
No, we're watching the carbonates.
Okay. Looking at the carbonate. Yep. We are at 2,780 meters below the surface of the sea, and we've got some pretty, I would say, patchy carbonate structures. Let's take a look at just one of these up close if you haven't already. Have you already looked at these? These little rocks. It looks like there might be some basalt poking out. That's what we really need to, that's, unless somebody comes in and asks for a rock, I think we're going to keep going.
Great.
Okay, we're going to keep heading up slope as we head to waypoint 9. So you've probably heard a lot of wonderful things from my colleagues today. We've tried a lot of different types of science. This is part 2, TOO, on Falkor 2, of a 1-2 punch expedition. Pretty amazing to get both expeditions within a 6-month period. This has been heavily focused on octopus, and we've been finding all kinds of really interesting, made some incredible observations of octopus females and males and babies and eggs, all around some hydrothermal springs. And this is a sediment-draped slope that we're heading up right now in Caballito, which I think is going to lead to a rocky outcrop. And we've done some transects on this kind of sediment, and you can see a holothurian right there in front of us. And even though we are flying high above the seafloor, this is useful for us as we go to just get a sense of what the seafloor looks like. This sediment isn't just sediment. It's either broken down rocks from the side of the seamounts, probably both, and it's this. You can look at this gently falling marine snow that we see, which is, really important. Food that falls, organisms that live at the surface, and excrement and all kinds of other good stuff that kind of falls, gets colonized by different bacteria, and becomes part of the microbial loop. And all of those particles eventually end up on the seafloor and contribute to part of this sediment. I see there is a question in the chat about the lasers. These are 10 centimeters apart, and they help us to calibrate the size of things. So you can look around and see that a lot of the small rocks, I'm not a geologist, but I'm going to go on a limb and say I think they're basalt, but somebody will probably come in here in a moment and tell me I'm wrong. Or a lot of them look like they're pretty close to around 10 centimeters. So that's pretty great. We're going to just keep flying up and up and up. Try to find some rocks. So, one of the things that is pretty amazing about this expedition, I started to talk about the people, but one of the best things for me has been meeting people who work on all kinds of different things that I don't usually think about. So, Oda and I both love octocorals and think about those, but there's a bunch of ocean chemists. There's somebody here working on ocean acidification, Celeste. There's people who are working on octopus. We've got Theo, who's in the room, and Janet, who are octopus experts, and I've learned so much. It's been amazing. We have people thinking about ocean chemistry and geochemistry, and we have geology. And so one of the nice things about Falkor 2, sorry, I'm forgetting people, microbiology, echinoderms, all kinds of water column experts, right? So many different sponges. Oh my gosh, when I think about the list, it's pretty endless. I know, radiolarians. And when you think about everybody's expertise, typically, not a lot of us would be able to be on the same expedition, but here we are because Falkor 2 has an extended science party, so there's enough space for everybody to be able to work together on one expedition, which is a pretty special opportunity. Claude's got some smooth flying as we head up to waypoint 9, looking for interesting things as we go. I'm going to keep, if I zoom, is that going to distract you?
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure. We've got some brittle stars. They love hanging out on the sediment because this stuff is not just sand. There's, like I said, a lot of this is draped and has sort of parts of, ooh, nice little urchin. And has some nutritive value as it falls. And so there's a lot of organisms that are adapted to this part of the seafloor to be able to move through, and there's a whole meiofauna that lives actually within it, and many of other organisms that can move above it, looking for hotspots, if you will. And you'll see even, oops, to the left, I think there's a little something or other. I missed it. It's okay, keep going. We are trying to get all the way up to the top here. But what you're looking at is a community that's specially adapted to this habitat. So to this community, this is home sweet home. And it's nice to be able to survey sort of the different communities. Let's try to make it up to the rocks.
If it's possible, Randy.
What?
If it's possible, try not to pan left and right.
Oh, don't pan left and right. Sorry, I'll just keep it. I'll just while we're making tracks, I'll just keep the camera where it is, so it's nice and easy for you guys. Sorry about that.
No, it's easy to want to track stuff on the camera. It's hard.
So it looks like there might be a sea pen, but I'm gonna just let everybody make some tracks so we can, even though this is a very cool habitat, we're gonna try to make it to a different one so that we can make some observations and can I zoom in on this? So I think it's a holothurian, but it's a cool looking yellow one. Is this a priority for anybody? There's a check mark next to it, so I don't know if that means we're happy. Let me just send something to.
Yeah.
Can you just stop for 1 second? Let me just text them.
Oh, should catch up a little bit. Yeah. Yeah,
If they don't answer in like a minute. We'll just kind of hang out for 1 more second. Maybe we can get some snap zooms on it. Is that all right? Can I zoom in? Theo, did my text go through?
Sit up.
No. Okay, they're good. Okay, so we're gonna keep moving on then. Thank you very much. Yep. Oop, sorry. My text isn't going through. The what? Sorry, the one that we're gonna start with. Oh, I think there was a. Sorry, we'll stop next time. There are plenty of alternatives. Okay. So we have some echinoderm experts on the ship who've been collecting today. And it's really exciting to get these collections for the museum and the university here. And it's very cool for us to be able to see them in their habitat, and then for everyone else to be able to have access to them everywhere in the world. Okay, we're just gonna keep making tracks. Okay. So, let's see. We can maybe chat a little bit while we're going over this ground, trying to head to our next waypoint, about how exciting it is that Costa Rica is going to host the UN Oceans Conference, I think, in spring 24. This is an incredible opportunity for everyone to sort of talk about the next steps for the ocean protection, ocean science, ocean health, ocean policy. And this expedition was not, I don't think, you know, I don't know if the two were planned together, but what an if it wasn't, what an incredible opportunity and coincidence to be able to have all of this amazing footage of the Costa Rican seafloor just in advance of that meeting. And these are really valuable habitats. Even here, I mean, I'm just looking around and there is an organism everywhere. And if you were to dig into this, and I know we have with some push cores, but there's a ton of meiofauna that live within these sediments. And so these habitats are host to a really important suite of organisms that we don't really think about very, very often, but they're responsible for helping to use the resources that fall from the surface and help store them on the seafloor, which is pretty great. Oh, and this might be some rocky stuff ahead. What do we think? Just a blip, or are we getting there? It's hard to tell our position. Oh, there it is. Okay. We're not quite at the top, but it looks like we might be approaching a slope, a ridge, like a ridge on the slope. Is that right?
Yeah, it looks like we can see
Yeah.
rocks coming up. And then
Yeah, exactly.
flatten out a little bit after that.
Yep. There was like one of those neon urchins, neon sea cucumbers on the floor.
Okay, I know, but I think we already got a bunch of candidates. I think we're
Okay.
good.
I just wanted to double check before, but it is really cool, right?
Yeah.
So we just had Sergio come in. And we've got some really neat carbonate. Look at this, it's like a karst. You can see how pitted it is. It's pretty neat. And this, you can see the immediate change in habitat and community. So we've got some really different, we had brittle stars before, but we have a completely different community of brittle stars. Oop, there's a stalked hydrate over here to the left. Can you, I don't want to pan without permission, but I don't know if that was still on the list. Let me take a look.
You want us to pause for more stuff?
Yeah, I think so. Just to take a quick look at it for Jorge.
What are we doing right now?
We were just going to look at the stocked hydroid for, like, the predatory hydroid for Jorge. Is that, he wanted good shots of that. Does he need a collection too? I think it's this guy right here. See him?
I would like to see a little more of what it looks like. I think this is going to be quite a small area.
There's a request here. Oh.
The cucumber is a different species than the other one.
Okay.
So if it is possible, it would be great.
Okay. Is there room in the bio box for you?
No, we have the quivers, just the quivers.
Just the
Because
quivers.
The biobox is reserved for the octopus if we find it.
Okay, let's take a quick look at this. Ooh, can we turn the lighting? Let me see if I'm working on it. Ooh, did I just go the wrong way?
But I mean, we have a lot of, yeah.
Okay. Let me look at the shadow. It's like a split shadow. That's pretty cool. You can see the double lighting.
I think it could be in the quiver because it's flexible.
Do you want this for Jorge?
That's what it wants.
Yes, exactly.
We have bombs on that.
Maybe in the quiver ready.
Yeah. Do you think you can collect this in a quiver?
I think we probably get it in there.
Yeah, let's give it a shot. And then there's a request from Leo for that sea cucumber.
Yeah, no, I think.
Yeah, copy
We are done with the kilograms.
Okay.
There is a gastropod near the hydro.
We can collect the gastropod too. That
Okay.
is close to the hydroid.
Okay.
You see it.
Which one? Can you show me where it is, Fio? I don't see it.
Yeah.
We're going to collect this though. Yeah. Okay.
It's a little down.
Oh, I didn't see it.
It's very little.
let's let them land first, and then I'll see if I can zoom down. Are you guys down?
Yeah, I'll give you a little one right here.
Okay. That little white dude. Hang on, let me just make sure I understand this thing. Okay. So I think we're going to try to put this solitary predatory hydroid into a quiver, and I think we might try to suction slurp, if you think you can, this little itsy bitsy white gastropod. Yeah.
Maybe we can suction it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, I didn't hear
yeah.
you. Yeah.
You don't want us to try to
From the
pitch you up
base.
over the top?
What?
Can you
I'm
do
just
that?
giving it a hard time.
Sorry, can you do that?
Not with the suction. No, you want the hydroid pinnacle and liver, and we'll suction the white stuff down there, right?
Could be, yeah.
Thank you. All right, so we've got, can I zoom in? Would that be all right?
Yes, yeah, grab some. Looks like we have coral filter 3 is open. I'll pop in there if that works for y'all.
All right, so we're going after this Theo, sharp-eyed Theo has this beautiful eye for detail and has managed to notice that we have a gastropod shell, which I totally would have missed. So Kudo, you win the sightseeing point.
You didn't see it.
No, Theo did. So we're gonna try to collect that little one. You saw it, yeah?
Yeah.
Which will be a new specimen. Very exciting.
Mine just depends on how stuff is on the bottom.
I think, do you want them to try to suction this, or do you want them to try to pull it?
I think we can put it in the quiver and then suction the around there with the gastropod,
Yeah, exactly.
because I think that they could be destroyed, they suction it too.
Okay, so try to pull from the base.
Maybe they
if
can
you
collect it from
Exactly.
the base.
Yeah, that's what they're gonna try.
Cut it.
Maybe not. Do you want to try to pull it before you cut it, or you think? No, you want to cut it. You want to cut. Okay.
No, I think if you can take it, the whole thing is better, but if
Yeah, but
not,
can you cut at the bottom of it, or do we need to pull it?
I think you can try to pull it.
I think you have to pull it,
Yeah.
yeah.
I would try to pull.
If you can, maybe you can cut it, but
So I
it
would-
would be better to try to pull it.
I would go all the way to the base if you can, and try to give it like without the cutter, and see if you can give it a yank.
Just pinch over it.
All right, we've got some very tricky maneuvers here. But we have some of the most amazing ROV pilots, and they are going to see what they can do with this one.
Or this?
I should have asked, but did we get a picture with lasers on? Do you think we could? I think we had one when we first got here, but let's just make sure. Oh, it's still on. Good. Can I zoom a little bit just to make sure it's right at the base? Yeah, I think we did this when we first got here, but let's just triple check. Yeah, that's good. And I'm gonna zoom in just to get a really clear shot here before we take it up. Doot, 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 doot. Let's go all the way in, I know. And focus. Could you help me focus, or can I use, is it the bottom one?
I could help you focus.
Thank you. Sometimes there's little guys living inside here. Can you help me again, please? Just want to see what these, get a nice clear focus on that. There we go. Okay. That helps, and I think we're good to go. All right, you can see these little dudes. So it's got some associates with it that hopefully will come in with the hybrid. All right, I'm gonna zoom down so we get a good look at the base, and I'm gonna give you controls. Nope. I think we have to. Ooh, dig underneath. That's good strategy. This is like science digging in a sandbox. Very, very carefully. You know, these organisms are very delicate and really hard to get. And so this is really, really delicate handiwork, literally, from Tyler. Beautiful work. Really stunning grab.
Fast track up the
Ooh, I spoke too soon. Oh, come on. It's always like that. Luckily, we know where it landed.
Nice heavy base to return from whence it came.
Can you hype them up too much?
I mean, I always try to think about what it'd be like. You know, we move through the world as tactile creatures, right? With our own eyes and our own hands, able to, do the things that we want to do, and to be able to do this. Let's see, how deep are we? 2,786.8 meters below the surface of the sea, with a robot hand, is pretty crazy. It's amazing, actually. And I don't believe in jinxes, just compliments, so we're good.
Not superstitious, just a little stitches.
Just a little stitches. I think slow and steady wins this race. Yep. Ooh, current will make this harder.
While we're doing this.
Yeah.
So we have.
Hang on. Everything passes on someone else eating it.
So it smells disgusting. So small gross. So we didn't want to do transects, but this is quite an interesting area.
Yeah.
So if when we're done collecting these two things, we could do 2 transects from like the blue point.
Blue point right where the RV is. Yeah.
100 meters along the line, and then another 100 meters along the line, and that will get us relatively
So basically
close
follow
to 9,
waypoint 9 right along the line.
but breaking into 2 transects.
Okay, do they have your transect protocol down, or do you need to explain it? Okay.
Just 2, and then if when we're doing those, if we see anything interesting, we can drop markers and then come back to explore.
That's great. Yeah.
That's correct.
That sounds really good.
Yeah, it's coming across like this.
Ooh. I was sort of hoping it would be like a slow noodle, right? Who uses its weight to just like ooze itself into the quiver, but I don't think it's going to be quite so accommodating. So Tyler's going to help it along. So what we're going to do, since this habitat is pretty interesting and different from anything else we've seen so far, is we're going to collect these two organisms, this predatory hydroid, which is pretty cool. They are found throughout the Pacific and throughout the deep sea, but they're not very well studied. So it'll be a wonderful opportunity for our colleagues at the museum and the university, and Jorge Cortez, who's one of the co-chief scientists of this expedition, to get a better look at it and try to understand if it's a new species, or at least document the ecology of this area, which is really new. And then we're going to look at this very, very cool spot from Theo and this gastropod. And then we're going to do 2 transects as we transit along our waypoint, so that we can not just take a look at this habitat, but quantifiably look at the habitat. So I teach an evolutionary ecology class at BU, at Boston University. And one of the things I always tell my students is that one of the hardest things to do is to translate a qualitative world into a quantitative world. And what I mean by that is, we're pretty good at looking at our environment and getting a gestalt feel for what we see and what it looks like. But how do you put that down in a quantitative way that allows somebody else to read, or to look at a table and figure out, nice job. This is giving us a run. It's the current, I think, for sure. I'm just going to keep chattering away unless it's bothering you. Is that distracting for you? Okay. So it's a really hard thing to do, to go from a qualitative world to a quantitative world. And so just to be able to look at this and say, oh, I think I see some carbonate and some karst, and we see some holothurians, and we see an occasional gastropod, is insufficient. But to be able to put a number on that and say we see this many gastropods of this different type of species in this area gives us a really important baseline for what this area looks like. And we think the deep sea is pretty stable, but the more I learn about the deep sea, the more I realize that maybe it's more dynamic than we give it credit for. And so the ability to quantify what we see in a way that allows us to compare later, that comparative context, is a really important thing, especially, and I hate to mention this, but in an era of global change, where we're trying to understand habitats and how they might be changing. And if this is a pretty stable environment, it would be lovely to come back and say it looks exactly the way it did. And if it's changing, we'll be able to know. So these transects that are my colleagues Diva Amen and my fantastic roommate, Bia, or Beatriz Naranjo, which I'm probably saying her name wrong, and I apologize for that.
That's okay.
Is that right? Okay, close. Are going to be taking pretty soon, are going to help us with that quantitative view of the world for that future comparative context. And also, frankly, just tell us about the awesome, amazing things that we're seeing here on the seafloor of Costa Rica. In the meantime, we've got high drama here with this predatory hydroid, who
There's no way that we can put this in a bio box?
I don't know if there is a bio box available. Theo, is there a bio box available? Is there one that has that? Is there one that's not important for microbiology, that maybe has like a rock or a piece of equipment in it that we can add this to?
I think there's no something like
Just when you shoot,
maybe
I don't think so.
It's free, yeah.
A bio box 2 is free?
It's good enough,
Yeah,
right?
it's either that or you try the suction set.
Do you think it's got?
I think you might be able to suction it from here, but the current might take it away.
Yeah, but I think it's because we weren't lining up. I think we're lining up now, so I think it would make it.
the
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's no like rock, like,
There's no planned rock thing?
no.
But we do we have any other large organisms on our hit list that we want to leave a bio box open for? Let's do it. Bio box it is.
You sure bio box? Not suction?
Which one?
Let's do a bio box. And if you think the suction is right there and easy to try, go. I will leave this to your judgment. Because I
do
can't.
suction that way. You got the bow box
Then do it. If you think a suction will be successful, let's do that.
Bring it up to about 4 clicks.
I don't think so. They're pretty tough. Maybe. If you want, if you feel strongly about it, you can buy box.
They might be changing their minds.
Have you suctioned these before? Do they survive? Yep.
But I mean, if you want bow box, we can definitely do it.
No, if you feel it's okay to sort purpose.
Okay. I think we trust your expertise if you've done this before and you think, yeah? Okay. So if you are new to the ROV world, there are a number of different ways we can collect organisms and a number of different collection vessels. But there's only so many of them. Space is seriously a limiting factor when you're on an expedition like this, where one of the main objectives is to collect novel or rare or new organisms for the museum, for the university, and for further study. Woo. And so we want to make sure that we collect everything well, but we also want to make sure that we leave space to for future priorities. So I think we're looking, is this 3? So right now what we're doing is taking a look to, oh, there he is, and all in one piece. Amazing. You can see it in the top. He's all in one piece. Well done. Woo! Good job, pilots. Tyler, Claude, J-Rod, you rock my socks. All right, now we're going to go get that gastropod while we're suction sampling. Let's suction sample again. You made a note of it, right? Biobox 3?
Suction sample 3?
Sorry, but suction sample 3. That's what I meant. Good thing you have order here. Nope. I watched it go into 3. I'm sure it's there.
So you said you want.
Okay, so we're gonna get. First, we're gonna try to get this gastropod, and we'll make that the priority, and then maybe we'll come back for some sediment around the. Did you want some sediment around where the?
Do we want to the sediment?
But first, let's get that amazing gastropod. Can I zoom out so we can see it? Do you mind? It's right. Oh, Theo, here it is. Got it. I'll keep my pointer on it. So let's get it. Before we get it, can we get a nice zoom?
It's like the guy has better.
Do you still want the shell? Yeah. Okay, we still want it.
Alright, so shell right in the middle.
Shell right in the middle.
Is anything else going in this jar, or is this the only thing going in
I
the jar?
think. Theo, do you want this too? This little. It looks like another little gastropod. Can you zoom in all the way back in? Yeah. Okay, so maybe we're gonna get this and maybe just do a little general sucking around the area, all in one suction sampler box.
Anything on the surface there?
Yeah, I think we're gonna do a little hoovering, if you will, a little deep sea hoovering. A sample of sediment like this. Ooh, inadvertent karst sample. Maybe one of our geological colleagues will be excited. But one of these samples are kind of fun because I bet somebody will be like, ooh, I want to look at the bacteria. Someone else is going to go, ooh, I want to look at the sediment grains. Somebody else is going to say, ooh, I want to look at all the little organisms. So we have a lot of expertise on board to look through it. Diva, I'm gonna respond to Leo in the chat. Or do you want to do it? What?
That was a really long time ago.
No, it's still right there though. Was fun?
There's more key rings.
Is there anything else specific you guys would like to?
I think we were looking for that little gastropod that was right up here. Did you guys grab that already? You did? Maybe, can I just do a little zoomy business? Theo, is there anything else that you, or that anybody was looking at or that you were excited about while we're here in the sediment with a, maybe let's go get a little bit more sediment. Did you get a general, like, sort of hoovery surface layer?
I can get some more.
Maybe this Bird star too? If he comes up. Why don't we just try that? And then we'll call it a day.
Alright, and I'll get another. I didn't get a ton of the surface layer, so.
Yeah, I would do a little grazing of the surface layer, try to pick up the Sprittle star, and then let's go do some transects.
You want anything to save in next? Because I changed it.
Yeah, can you go back? Great. And then let's go, and then let's move.
Yeah, and just give me a zoom here so I can see.
Yep, you got it. Zoom, zoom. There's a lot of seafloor to see. So much to see, so little time. Yeah, maybe get a little deeper in there. Let's get a serious sample. That looks great. Only if it's easy and quick. If it doesn't come up. Oh, he's very persistent, so I think, oh, well, then you take the whole rock. All right, I think after this we're done. Let's go transecting. Thank you very much.
Shake it.
Yeah, just do subsection on top.
What?
What number is suction sample?
It's number 4.
Underneath the key through.
Good. Yeah, you can run the section.
Can we drop a waypoint here, just so that Leo knows where his purple cucumber is, just in case we get it back in the spot? Yep, it's right here. It was just up to the right. So
Right there?
we'll just drop a little waypoint just so we know where it is. It's big. We can definitely take a little zoom, and then we should keep moving. Tell me when I can zoom? Or do you need that view? He needs that view. Okay, and so what we're going to do is we're going to, starting at that blue dot, we're going to take 2 transects up to waypoint 9. We're going to follow the blue dotted line pretty precisely. Have you done the transects with Diva and Via yet? Yeah. So we're going to follow their exact protocol, and we're going to sort of do 2 of them. But before we do, if we see that purple sea cucumber, we're going to get a good snap zoom on it, and then we're going to go. I think that's the plan.
Can I?
Please take over.
Okay, so just like earlier, we're gonna go from the blue for 100 meters, and then essentially you'll just carry on. We will mark stop start.
So you want me to mark 100 meters?
So I mean, you could just mark 100 meters from here, and then our next 100 meters. And yeah, so we'll probably overshoot 9, but that's okay. So yeah.
5 is good.
No, I just don't want to. I mean, even 95 because we're a little behind. Yeah, that's good. Just drop off the thing. And then another 100 meters after that. From that point.
You know, this robot has minds of its own. or arms of its own.
Yeah, that holder for the suction tire.
On Judd?
Yeah, perfect. Finish that, I'll tell you the settings.
All right. As soon as I'm good to move the camera around, do please let me know. I'm good?
Good now? Yeah, disarm.
Okay. So
Show.
I'm gonna look up for a little bit. Ooh, it's dark out there. Maybe it's dark outside. Oh, there it is. We're gonna get a snap zoom on this and a waypoint, and then we're gonna keep moving, okay?
Alright, so we dad would waypoint on that?
Yep, and we're just gonna
Those are to both 100 meters. And then the next thing is
we're just gonna drop a flag for Leo.
We already have that one.
You have it?
Altitude
Yeah,
of
it's
the
not on
seafloor
our
should be
our
between.
priorities.
No. He just said it was different than the others.
It's the same.
It's the same? Okay. Never mind then. I just wanted to make sure.
Lasers on.
So no marker?
Mhm.
The camera should be no zoom. Just double check. Well, when round is done.
I'm going to take a quick zoom on this cucumber, but I can't quite see him very well. But I was going to just take a quick look at him, and then we are ready to go. We'll get a good image for you.
You don't need a marker on this range?
I don't think we do. Bia tells me it's the same.
I mean, we collected in the past cruise.
Okay, we collected it on the first cruise. All right, so we have a specimen. Now we've got some good imagery, and we are ready to transect. Let's rock and roll.
Okay, so then we're going to have no zoom on the science camera. And then we're going to tilt the camera to just above the glass.
So we have Diva Eamon giving our pilots some
Not so we see all that stuff.
very
All that stuff.
specific instructions on how to tilt the camera. And the reason this is so important is so that we get a really consistent view of the seafloor as we turn this qualitative world into a quantitative world. So we're going to get, it's also, pro tip, a really awesome way to explore. So while they're doing a transect, we're going to keep an eye out for interesting things. And if we see anything interesting, we'll drop some waypoints, we will take some notes, we will have some interesting commentary, and who knows what we'll find. So let's go exploring. All right, I am hands off this zoom on purpose so that we can get a really consistent angle on the seafloor. And we're trying to stay how far above?
Between 1 and as close to 1 as possible. 1 meter above.
What? Close to 1 meter above bottom. A little tricky sometimes because you see we have a contoured seafloor. So we're gonna first prioritize making sure that, you know, the number one rule of driving is don't bump into anything. But beyond that, we're gonna try to stay around 1 meter above the seafloor as we move along this line.
So I do have my altitude.
We've got some crinoids, some holothurians. We have some dancing sediment for us. We have a really cool sort of lunar landscape. You can see a sponge up ahead that's kind of half dead, half alive.
If possible.
We've got some dramatic lighting for the mood. Do you want to have the lasers on?
We need lasers on, we need bulb lights on. Or the normal lights you guys have on.
Yeah, I think I'll fix that. We're just up a little high right now. Yeah. Yeah, that one's on.
All right. Let there be light. I think you guys have heard me say this before, but I really love it. My friend Jan always says that deep sea exploration and work is like climbing up a mountain at night with nothing but a flashlight. And Sebastian has the very best flashlight, but it is still really dark out there, and so the proper lighting is really important in order for us to be able to see. And look at what we see. Already we see some mounds in the sediment, which are probably made by a critter, I assume some kind of worm, but I don't know. You know, as they start to probably make a home or a burrow underneath. So again, what we think of as sediment is really some creature's home sweet home, making their way up this really interesting rocky crop. You see this? It's kind of all in a line. Geologically, I don't really know what happened to form that, but it looks pretty cool. very, very clear structure. Does anyone in the room understand the geology of what we're looking at? That line?
I did think that was
You
weird.
see the line?
Yeah, and again,
Yeah, it's not sure.
It's like a line of
I was like, I
carbonate.
know this is even not changing, and I was like,
You know why?
straight down to about 1.4.
No, you got a room full of biologists. None of us know why. Our geologist colleagues are laughing at us.
So, if you don't get to it, you can't do it visually. So you got how to get as close as you can. Yeah. He's trying to get it based on this line coming down.
So what's happening with the altitude? It's just conked out.
It's not on right now.
Okay.
So we can.
But whatever the shape needs, like how close you want it. Like if you said like this, I could try to maintain that.
But will
that
we
for
have
you.
an altitude readout in the next data?
That's a good question.
Because if not, it makes no sense. We need that to calculate.
Do you understand why we have this line of...
Are we doing a transect?
Yes.
Okay, so there's no stopping.
What do you...
Hold on,
What we
we're
might do...
just, we are having a problem with the RFP, just give us a second.
But why don't you tell me what you...
Bushwork. Miocene mud.
This one right here.
How do you know it's nice?
Maria said it's an escarpment.
If it doesn't, if it doesn't get thick, if we can't deal with the altitude, no, it's just an altitude issue, so I mean, if we can get the altitude, data, we won't do the transects.
Okay. So it's good to know that there's a
The
follow-up
NRE will
priority.
give you the
Yeah, so
We did get some, did you see we got a section sampler of the surface of it?
This
Yeah.
already? Okay.
The surface, just the
So
top.
when you're doing these transects,
There's another available bushwork, we'll take it right here too.
with
Okay.
the lasers to get the
If it's
image.
possible.
Sure.
And
Big
so
transect,
we
we can certainly drop a waypoint, but,
Sure.
Does that make sense?
but that's bare
So
minimum.
is that what that's
Can you guys
okay?
drop a, Claude? Can you drop a waypoint?
Yeah.
And it's
Here?
up
Who does that?
But it's
You?
right off the.
Okay.
Bushwork.
Give me 1 second.
Okay, so drop a marker.
Just a marker for me here. What name you want?
Can you name it Miocene mud for me? Thank you.
So I would just say, okay. Yeah. So, because we don't have any altitude, we're not gonna do any transects up here.
And
Sorry
instead-
for the change of plan.
Is there an available push cord?
We have one bushwork left.
I think we're gonna use it here.
Alright.
So,
Bushwork number
welcome to Life in the Deep Sea. We would still love to do a transect, but we're having a little bit of altitude complexity. So instead, and this is one of the amazing things with having so many different people on board, instead we have this incredible opportunity to take a sample of Miocene mud, which sounds pretty cool to me.
pretty old.
Pretty old. How old is the Miocene?
Last 6 years.
You want to come tell me about it? No.
From where it's like,
Okay.
it's significantly older than the rocks around.
Amazing.
The other mud around it.
Okay.
The rocks are 23 million years old.
Okay, the rocks are 23 million years old, but we've got 6 million year old mud right here, which if you've ever been to a spa, this is like multi-million-dollar mud right here. This is the good stuff. So we're going to take a sample. I promise we will use it for science and not for spotting.
Anywhere?
I think Maria is going to come in, but yeah, I think anywhere in here is good. If she comes in and gives us direction, that would be helpful. But I think we can set up and think a general Miocene mud sample is good. Okay. And then we're going to try to make it up to waypoint 9 right after that. That's our next objective. Yeah? Okay.
We get a chance for the index to jar 5. So we just check that.
So the thing about ancient mud, I assume, and again, I am not a geologist, so classical ecologist here, speaking completely cluelessly about sediments and mud, but I would assume one of the really interesting things about this mud is that it gives us a window into our past in terms of the seafloor that has settled here over the past 6 million years. And so as we push through this, yes, there's going to be organisms using it at the surface, as we just chatted about before. But as we go deeper into these sediment layers, I bet we're going to see either chemical or geological signatures of the past seafloor, which is an incredible opportunity for us to do a little bit of historical reconstruction, maybe understand how sediments fall and settle here, maybe understand past carbon deposition and seafloor deposition, maybe understand a little bit about currents or previous organisms that lived in the area. You know, I'm just spitballing here, so I'm not sure exactly how this will be used, but these are the types of questions that I would imagine this kind of mud will, lend itself to. And so I think it's a really, when someone comes in the control room and says, we are really excited about this mud, it's something for sure to take very seriously, because it means that people who know more than I do about this type of sediment can look at it and know that there's interesting things to learn. In addition to that, I bet there's some really cool microbes which are going to be at least in the subsurface layer, and I bet some of the microbiologists on board are going to be pretty excited about the potential for looking at some of the oxic bacteria on the surface and maybe some of the anoxic microbes that are living subsurface. So there's a lot of really great stuff going on here. Gustavo Ramirez, a colleague of ours from California, has just come in and has requested this push core. It's the last available push core that we have, and we're going to use it here. Maybe. You got it. So I have a confession to make, and I don't actually think I'm going to be able to see this all the way through here, but while I have seen many push cores, this will be the first time I've been in the hot seat for a push core, so it's kind of my first push core. Baby's first push core. So my text doesn't seem to be working. Do you want to text Maria and see if she wants to come in and tell us exactly where to
Like
go?
this, or you do as well?
They haven't decided for it?
No,
Or
no.
you didn't tell them?
They did, but anywhere in this region.
Yes,
No, I
it's
know,
better
but-
close to the carbonates maybe.
Well, I think there might be some hard bottom there.
Oh, okay.
So I think maybe the carbonate is right there. We're pretty close.
Yes, maybe,
I think we're gonna kind of do it up in this direction.
Yes, I think
Yeah,
over
exactly.
there. Is it very hard there?
Well, when we went down
Maybe
before,
not.
we hit some yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if the column is short, if the
Yeah.
core is short.
The core is short. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Okay,
Yeah, it could
great.
be- yes,
Great.
like in the close to the
Exactly. So I was thinking
yes,
we would go
around
kind of
there.
right
I
there.
think it's a
Yeah.
good
Exactly.
good
Yeah.
place.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay. Oda and I are in agreement, which is always a good thing. And we are going to go kind of in the mud area, kind of close to the carbonates. We're very close.
Yeah, Maria is in the ship to show. That's
Oh,
why
right.
she's here.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. So we're going to go as close to one of these one of these little carbonate outcrops as we think we can. But we are going to, like with the arm, but we don't want to hit hard bottom. We want to get the mud.
Freeze your arm.
You got 5 minutes? I'm frozen. I'll hold up a little bit.
So while this may be my first push core, this is not my first tour of sediment. I have spent some serious deep sea time looking at sediment, and it's pretty cool stuff. When you get in there, you can see broken bits of seashells from all kinds of mollusks and worms that have, I think anywhere in this we just want to kind of get it from around the region.
That's a beautiful structure.
It is a beautiful structure.
It looks like a
Looks like a,
something.
I was
That's-
thinking that it almost looks like it was an ancient reef. That
Exactly.
it could be. I mean, it is calcium carbonate, so.
And it has these holes and this is structure that looks like.
Exactly, like it's pitted and it's been weathered and lived in. So Oda and I are wondering if this is an ancient calcium carbonate reef from the Miocene or older. And I don't know, but one of the reasons that we are both wondering this is sort of two things. First, this linear line that you see, this structure, is something that's very typical when you have currents that are racing through shallow waters. And so when you get current like this, it'll often form geological structure when the geology is actually built by biology, by a living organism. So you can get corals or mollusks that would form these reefs, and then you'd have sand from their shells that would have deposition and get consolidated over time and pushed by the currents, and then sort of, yeah, I think that's good, all the way down. So
Is this what you want? Do you want it closer?
I think this is good.
Farther away.
That close could hit the rock immediately. Maybe there. Do you agree,
Yeah.
Randy?
Yeah, I think that's good. It's close, but not too close.
Exactly.
And the other reason we think this is that if you look at the structure of the rock, right, it looks pitted and craggy, like it used to have worms and mollusks, like right even here in the center. This long shell looks like one of those long mollusk shells, right? Who knows? And it looks like urchins or lots of other life might have bored in there once. And so I don't think this was a coral reef, but it looks like it could have been a calcifying reef full of other calcifying organisms. Does it have some sway? It's hard bottom? I mean, if it's muddy, it might be like kind of like hard mud. Nice. So if you were to look at an oyster reef or a coral reef or any sort of carbonate reef now, it would, on the shallows, it would look really similar. So this is pretty deep, 2,790 meters, so it certainly didn't grow here, but it might have grown closer to the surface, however many millions of years ago, and then settled to the deep, either with sea level rise or with some kind of geological failure event that caused it to sink down, or just through seamount sinking. If it's hard bottom, then let's try to move out a little bit. It's too hard. So I think if they're hitting hard, I'm going to move it, okay?
Maybe in the middle where you say in the beginning. That would be better, maybe.
So do we want to
That's okay.
dump this
I think
one
we're
and try again?
yeah, we're going to dump it and try again. We got to get it. I mean, Miocene mud's a pretty special thing. Can you push the push core? Release?
I can shake it.
It can shake.
And where do we want to sample from?
I think let's just try to go a little further away. I don't think you need to move the ROV. Just kind of within arm's reach. Let's just get away a little. Just, again, we want to try to get close, but not too close. This is the guessing game of what lies underneath the sediment. Play along, folks. Place your bets. Right? Well, maybe you can poke it with a rock. See if you can. Very scientific. Let's poke it. Let's poke it. Tap. Tap it, poke it. Knock at the Brittle Star's door. Knock, knock. Who's there? This is like a terrible joke. Hang on, guys, while you're here, do you have a recommended push core place? We tried.
Yeah, I know. We gotta talk to Maria about that. Let me get a hold of her.
All right.
Come on.
There we go. Knock knock. Who's there? Falkor. Falkor who? Falkor 2. There you go. That's my little push core brittle star joke. Nobody finds me funny. Tyler finds the fact that nobody finds me funny.
It's advanced level joke though.
Thank you.
Laughing at the reaction of the joke.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next show's at 11.
Can't get a hold of Maria. But
Okay.
I think that we can just try further away from a solid structure.
Like maybe here?
Yeah.
That's what we were going to give it a
just
shot.
Give it a good push and do as much as we can. Clearly, we want to go for the white stuff more than anything.
Yeah.
The white stuff, as far as I understand, is the stuff that's from the Miocene.
Okay.
And obviously, the very light stuff is just recent detritus.
Okay.
Brand new sediment. So yeah, wherever we can get halfway in, that would be nice.
All right.
Yeah. It's very brittle, huh? It's almost like a carbonate.
I'm sure it is. It looks karsty. We were just talking about the fact that it looks reefy.
Yeah. Okay, so let's just do what we can, I guess.
Let's see. Let's give that a shot. That looks promising.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Developing news here?
Developing news.
Yeah.
Who's coming in after me? Why don't I know who's coming? I don't remember. I'll just stay here until somebody comes in.
Is that a solid rock down there, Tyler?
I think it's the white, is that the Miocene mud?
Yeah.
It's so thick that
It's just a thickness, right?
So maybe we can go as deep as you're comfortable, and then we'll just call it.
Comfortable and, yeah, we'll keep whatever white material we got at the bottom there. We'll just bolster that right there. I think you're halfway there.
It does. I don't know if we're halfway there. I think that might be the shadow. I think they're just a little bit in.
Oh, yeah, pretty extended.
Yeah.
Are you able to scoot us starboard a little bit?
There we go. An angle isn't useful, right? You need it straight up and down.
I believe so, but at this point, whatever plan of attack gives us any of the white stuff, it should work. I'm guessing you guys are pushing pretty hard already.
Yeah, it's
I see some of it there.
Yeah, I think that looks kind of promising. Can I zoom in when you're ready? Just say when.
Yeah.
Yeah, zoom.
There.
Oh, there we go. All right, that might be what we can accomplish.
So we can keep some of that. Yeah, that's good enough, I guess.
All right, let's. Can we bag it?
Oh, it's okay.
Let's get it. Let's
Yeah,
take it in.
Better than nothing. Let's not lose the white bottom.
Yeah, try to keep that bottom. That's the precious stuff, the lowest layer. So it looks like it wants to fall. So we're gonna try to be careful.
If we make it to Fuente, there should be a 10-meter tall wall for this stuff. So that's going to be our plan for Fuente. We've got, obviously we planned that, we didn't plan this.
No, but I mean, who can pass up
Of
Miocene mud?
course,
I don't know, I say this tongue in cheek, but I mean it for real.
Yeah.
It's pretty great.
It's a completely different geological strata here. That's why we collected a marine mammal earlier, right?
Right.
An extinct species from the Miocene.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And so I assume that Maria will want to look at the radiolarians in here.
Yeah.
That's not the idea, and so she'll get a sense of the past reconstructive history
Right.
of the
I'll
region.
be looking at the microbiome of
All right.
the mud above and the mud below.
I guessed it. That's literally what I said, and I was just shooting in the dark. But there you go. I occasionally do listen.
People saying hi from Wyoming. That's nice.
Oh, there you go. Do you know that?
No, I don't know. Shout out to Wyoming.
A shout out to Wyoming. I love Wyoming. It's beautiful. There is a beautiful site that I subscribe to called Wyoming Through the Lens. It's just these stunning pictures of Wyoming all the time. Amazing. All right, we're gonna see if we can get this mud in.
I've made it to Rock Springs a couple of times.
There you go.
Once, yeah.
Yeah, just show that out. Really show that
So if you are listening, you were having a conversation with Gustavo Ramirez, and he is helping guide this Miocene mud push core collection for our colleague Maria Isabel Sandoval, who is at the University of Costa Rica. And yeah, pretty good.
Thank you, Tyler.
Woo! All right.
Ah! Can we dance?
Okay.
I think that's it.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. That was great.
Good job, team.
Well done. Thanks for letting us know about that. Are you up next? Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to hand this over to Odaleska again, who's going to take us home, I think, and
Yes, in 3 minutes maybe.
in about 30 minutes. So heads up, we are going to end this dive in about half an hour. All right. Thank you very much. It's been fun chatting with you today. Nice flying.
Thank you, Randy.
Beautiful hands.
Thanks,
That was
Randy.
great. Bye, Sophia.
Bye.
Okay.
I think we're going to get ready to fly to Waypoint now.
There we go. What fun.
Oh, yeah.
It was one around there.
Oh,
You didn't see?
no, I didn't see it. Oh, it did. Great. Good eye.
There.
Okay, let's keep moving.
All right. All thanks.
Get what my password is.
Huh?
My password.
Alright.
And you guess what will do? It's gone. Very original.
Yeah.
Okay. We are.
So where we headed to now?
Okay, the idea is to. Are we already in the waypoint now?
Look, waypoint 9.
Okay, let's go to waypoint 9.
Okay.
And then maybe when we get here, if there's nothing interesting, we can go around here.
Okay.
Okay, but we have just 45 more minutes of the dive because at 17:45 we can start going up.
So waypoint 9. Good dog.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, man. We're on the move again there, Tony. Go down.
Hola de nuevo a todos los que están participando en esta tarde de este buceo del ROV Sebastian en el barco Falkor 2 de Smith Ocean Institution. En esta expedición Octopus Odyssey, la Odisea del Pulpo, estamos explorando montes submarinos alrededor del Monte El Dorado, que está a unos 200 kilómetros de la costa del Golfo de Nicoya. En este momento vamos a llegar a nuestro último punto de muestreo y de ahí nos vamos a desplazar por alrededor de unos 45 minutos más. Hi everybody again. We are still in the area of El Dorado. We're exploring the seamount Caballito. Now we are going to move around up to the small mountain, and then we will look around for interesting animals that we could collect, that there are targets of our expedition. We are in the vessel Falkor 2 of the Schmidt Ocean Institute, and we are using the Sebastian ROV to collect the samples and to collect these images that you are enjoying now. We will be around about 45 more minutes in this dive 625. En este lugar estamos a 2.786 metros de profundidad y estamos sobre un sustrato que es más que todo barro, como arenoso, y esas partes que ustedes ven blancas, esas rocas, son estructuras de carbonato de calcio, y alrededor podemos ver otros organismos. Can we go close to this to be sure if it is what? Ya lo pasamos. No, ese es un ciclo. So we can continue. yeah, already. This is a sea pen, and the other one is. Remember that? The one we collected this before? Colectamos eso antes, ¿verdad? No era el libro, es el barrio. Okay. Eso es lo que decías. Eso es lo que decías, que verdad. Avisa el tiempo. What is the speed of the ROV?
Can't give you speed right now because that instrument has throttle.
What is normally?
Or how fast can it go?
Yeah.
Or
How fast can you normally go? How fast can you go?
how kind of fast it can go?
Cups like 0.6, mostly.
But normally it's a little slow.
Yeah, when we do the transects, it's like 0.15, something like that. Yeah.
what should be the distance between the ship and the ROV?
It's, right now we're at 150 meters.
Where do you see that?
So right underneath the delta.
Okay. You are this far from the.
Yeah.
Okay.
So normally we like to be about 80 to 100, but sometimes when we're going like this, we get out ahead of them. So it limits how fast we can go. Sometimes.
Okay. Thank you. Estamos en Caballito a una profundidad de 2.785 metros y estas imágenes que ustedes pueden ver es el fondo marino que muchos no teníamos idea que pudiera haber tanta vida. Ustedes pueden ver ahí una gran cantidad de equinodermos que son las estrellas de mar, los erizos, los pepinos de mar y también algunos gastrópodos, gusanos, poliquetos y bueno, imagínense algunos corales y también hay una gran cantidad de bacterias en ese sedimento que también son estudiadas en este viaje. En este viaje uno de los objetivos principales es estudiar los microbios que viven en estos ambientes y para eso hay varios especialistas en esos campos que están trabajando no solo con el sedimento sino también con el agua que está alrededor y también han recogido algunas estructuras en buceos anteriores que se dejaron en el fondo para ver qué organismos las iban a colonizar.
So we reach 9.
Oh, we're already reaching. Okay. How? So I think that maybe we are here and maybe we can go like this is down.
So you want to come south?
Yes, like around here. That it seems that it's a ridge, but I don't know. Do you think it's a ridge? We'll see. Let's try to go around it to see what happens. We're trying to find some structure.
South.
Yeah,
Yes, you want to see
like here
That's where it's
to find if there is a ridge, maybe around here. Maybe like here, here.
Okay. Map once it's not
This is the one that show us. Do you have another one? Do you check this?
We do have this. Oh yeah, I see.
This
I see.
one, yeah.
That's that map is up on there. I got it.
but it says north now.
Yeah, so we come down like
So we have to
this.
come north.
Over here is north.
No, over here. But
Oh, north is over there.
Yeah.
The other way around.
So we go back east then. Or you want to go here?
Yes, there. If there is a ridge, I don't know. But it looks like. Let me see. It looks like there is nothing.
Yeah, it's like a sharp drop off here.
Or maybe there.
Want to keep going
It
to the
looks
west?
like something better over there.
Over here?
I think so. ¿Qué pensás? You? Yes. Do you think that this is like more like a ridge there?
yeah.
Okay,
This
let's
is-
go there. I
Okay.
think it will be more interesting.
Alright.
Okay.
How far is it?
Is it far?
Yeah, 300, 400 meters.
Okay.
It's not far.
400.
Is it far?
No.
Because we have like have much time now, but I think that we have time. It takes like 10 minutes to get there.
No, like 15, 20 minutes.
It's because we have to go out at 5:45.
Right, so we got 20 minutes left.
Do you think that it is worthwhile, or just go down close to this point, around this point?
It's a distance I press right, I need to go faster than so far.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to keep from a distance.
Right.
So probably will take 15,
So we better stay around here. So
10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes. It should be.
yes, 10 minutes to get there, and then we have to go almost. So we better stay around this area. We
So
will
if
see.
we could just head that direction. And
Okay, just head in that direction, and we will see what we
If we
have.
make it, we make it. Then we'll see what's there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway.
Really bad thought.
Yeah, we'll map.
So we can just move the and see if we can speed up now. See if we could how fast we could go to the second.
You want us to go down here?
This is what Beth suggested, but they are suggesting to go up instead.
Yeah, go ahead.
They are suggesting to
We're
go
trying
up.
to make a run.
But
to
it's
the
far,
west to see
so
if we
I
can
think
get to
that
the ridge
maybe
before we run out of bottom time.
there's-
You're looking
Where
over
we're
faster.
Yeah, it's
But
probably
this is the
somewhere.
ridge.
Yeah, I can go up that,
And
but
we've been
probably
on-
not too much. I was going to go and lock it over the one.
So we can.
No worries, whatever you're comfortable with doing.
I don't know. Maybe we can go this direction and see what happens. I think it's right the decision to go in that direction.
Oh, that west, that's where we're going, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we will see.
Northwest.
Okay. Andy, please suppose that this is your shift.
It is my shift. I'm sorry I'm late. I apologize.
No, don't worry, because we just have like 20 more minutes of
Okay.
dive, because we have to come out
Right.
earlier.
Yeah,
So at 5:45 we have to go out.
okay.
So we will check around there if there are some corals or something interesting,
Okay.
so you can check there.
Okay.
Or
Yeah.
But
Just,
it's
just
mainly to identify, not to sample?
is to sample.
Oh, okay.
The idea is to sample,
Okay.
especially if you see big white octocoral. We want some branches or something that I will tell you. I will be here.
Okay,
So,
you'll be watching, huh?
Yes, I'll be watching.
okay.
No problem. Okay.
Sounds good.
Ahora me despido de ustedes. Muchas gracias por habernos acompañado. Ahora los dejo con el colega Andy Fisher. Él es un geólogo. Bueno, geólogo, not exactly. Y va a estar con ustedes en los próximos minutos. Muchas gracias por acompañarnos.
Thank you. Hey.
Very easy shift, right?
I guess, yeah. I keep forgetting.
thank you for the real.
Hey, everybody. This is Andy Fisher. I'll be batting cleanup on today's dive. Just about 20 minutes to go. I think you've already heard we're surveying the top of this feature, which we've never seen before. Trying to figure out who lives here.
And then it's good.
Heading's good?
Yeah.
Just keep it straight behind us.
This is a seamount called Caballito. We named it that when we first mapped it in 2001, not knowing anything about it, what it was, what it actually looked like. Can we slow down here? What's that thing?
Well, that's sea urchin.
Oh,
Yeah, we have one of those.
got one of those. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, the sea urchin there. Now I can tell. I am not a biologist, so it looked different to me, but it turns out it's something we've seen before. anyway, we mapped this feature more than 20 years ago, and I'm excited to be out here again and have a chance to see what it actually looks like up close, see who lives here, see if there's any water coming out. We tend to find that the larger features in this area are sites of recharge. Primary discharge features that we've seen tend to be smaller.
If you need to see anything, just let me know.
Okay, thank you.
Because right now the vessel is far away from the vessel, so trying to let the vessel speed up a little. So
Okay.
if it's stuff
We can look here for a little bit. Yeah.
like anything that you seem interested.
No, just more of those. We see more stars. Some of these cucumbers. Looks like a few worms. A couple of years before we came out to this site in 2001, we did some work offshore of the Northeast Pacific off Vancouver Island and found a pair of outcrops there. We also found there that the small one tended to discharge and the big one was a site of hydrothermal recharge. And some years later we did some computer modeling to try to figure out how that works. And indeed, we found our models also preferred to recharge the big outcrops and discharge the small ones. So that pattern seems to carry forward here as well. Up in the Northeast Pacific, the pair of outcrops was called grizzly bear and baby bear, one big, one small. The first pair we found here, where we had evidence for recharge and discharge, was Tango Sed and El Dorado. And now we are a little bit southwest of there. Caballito and La Puparia appears to be another pair. Now this pair is pretty close together. They're only about 6 or 7 kilometers apart, whereas the grizzly bear, baby bear pair of outcrops in the northern Pacific is about 50 kilometers apart. And yet fluid goes in one, travels laterally through the volcanic crust, comes out the other. Tomorrow we'll be making some thermal measurements to try to map out that pattern in this area. We don't have a lot of time, so we're just going to have a chance to make one profile. But it'll get us started, and this may end up being a longer term project over a period of years. We'll see. We'll see if we can get out again. It's interesting how some of these features that are small are free of sediment on top. Others that are big, like this one, are pretty well sedimented. The ocean crust here is about 20 to 24 million years old. We don't know the age of the volcanic edifices that form these outcrops. They're probably within a million years or so of the crust on which they're formed, but they do tend to form off axis, so we don't know their age, but I'd guess if the seafloor here is 23 million years, then the outcrop might be 22, 21 million years. Still pretty old. seems unlikely that the fluid flow through the outcrops keeps some of them free of sediment. The flow is just not that vigorous, but more likely bottom currents have something to do with it. This area is not currently under a high productivity zone, but it used to be. So in general, when you get away from the outcrops here, the sediment is about 450 meters thick, and most of that is carbonate ooze, deposited when this part of the plate was underneath the equatorial upwelling region, where there's a lot of primary productivity. Lots of stars. I don't know how much you're going to see right here. Just crossing a big sediment field. I think we need to find more outcrop. Do we have a choice of changing direction?
So we have a target.
Yeah.
That's
Oh, I see. Is that where we're headed? Okay. Let's do that. I think we found there tends to be a bit more action on the sides of these features than there is on the top, but it depends. Depends whether the top is covered with sediment or not. For whatever reason, this one appears to be well covered with sediment. Yeah, this stuff is pretty squishy down there. When we stick the heat flow probe in, it's real sticky, real soft. What's that purple thing right there? You see that? Hello? This went by. Was that just a...
Yeah, we saw a lot of those.
A lot of those?
I don't
Okay.
know what it's called.
All right. Oh yeah, there's another one. Oh, coming up on some ledges. We've seen ledges that look very sedimentary. A couple of other areas. At first blush, we thought these were likely to be little rock outcrops, but in a couple of other spots where we've sampled them, they've ended up being sediment. Which is kind of surprising.
This is an acorn.
What's that? Acorn worm. Okay. All right. That's a strange one. Acorn worm, I'm told. All right. Coming up on some ledges here. some of these critters like to have a hard substrate to hold on to. So sometimes when we find these lithified sediments or volcanic rock outcrops, in a few places we found other critters, where we found the octopus, but also worms and shrimp and fans and sponges.
Andy,
Yeah.
look closer to that one.
Hey, sorry?
Guys, is it 70-40 off bottom?
Hang-
Is that what was agreed with Al?
Hang on. What are we looking for?
I think it was the big coral that I told you.
Oh, is there a coral
I'm
down
not
to the-
sure.
to the-
Maybe it's down here
Okay. Might be back a little bit.
a little bit to see if this is the coral that we were looking for.
Okay.
Oh, it disappeared.
This.
No, sorry, it is not.
And what about the yellow one to the right there?
No.
No? Okay.
No, it's not. It's
Okay.
not that one. I saw it more fan-shaped.
Oh, okay.
It was an illusion.
Yeah. We see a few more little corals here. It's hard to tell what the substrate is here. Looks harder. Huh. What's that over to the right? Is that just a big cucumber? Wow. Wow. That is something. Oh my. Strange world. Stars on parade. There's one moving along. It's funny to see those actually actively moving. I imagine them moving a lot more slowly, but we've seen a few of them on the march. What's this in front of us? To the we got one of those earlier? Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, Andy. I think we have to go out.
Oh, is this it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Saturday is
Are we out of time?
An early
Okay.
lift. We have to go out.
All right.
Well, folks, the powers that be tell us that this dive is coming to an end. So we're coming up off bottom.
Oh, the bottom surface, copy that.
You got it.
The plan for tomorrow, for those who may be interested, is a profile of thermal measurements. It's going to be out across sedimentary area.
Just so you're aware about, keep an eye on this long line coming towards us. We may have to push north a little bit for recovery. If so, I'll get you a call now.
Roger that. Understood.
So we'll be going across sedimentary bottom tomorrow. For those who like that sort of thing, like the cucumbers, feel free to come back. We'll be making thermal measurements, but we'll also be stopping to sample organisms of opportunity tomorrow. Should be going in at the regular time, I think. It's 5 a.m. for us, having a full 16-hour dive, I think. Apparently we're coming up a little bit early today because of some fishing lines, so hopefully that doesn't cause too much trouble, and we'll be back in the water tomorrow. So thanks for listening in. I'll sign off for now. I'm Andy Fisher from the University of California, Santa Cruz. And hopefully we'll see you all back. We have about another week or so of the expedition left. Should be a lot of interesting things to see. So hope we'll see you again. Oh yeah, it's still going. They put it on a rubber piece to try to cushion it a little more, but I think it's just the dynamics of the vehicle. Yeah.
But it worked today.
It looked okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah,
better than
worked.
nothing.
Yeah, better than nothing. So we're gonna use it tomorrow too. We're gonna make a series of measurements. We're not gonna try to fire the heat pulse because it's too noisy. We're just gonna put it in, let it equilibrate, pull it out, and we'll get gradients. And then we can use conductivity data from Rachel's survey from the same area. So it'll be good enough, right? And it will be a little quicker and it won't be so frustrating. We spent some hours trying to correct the data, and every time we correct out the noise, we're correcting out signal also. It's really frustrating. So that's the plan. Oh, please.
Bueno, muchas gracias por habernos acompañado hoy en este buceo tan interesante en Caballito. Los vamos a ver otra vez hasta el domingo. Mañana no va a haber transmisión. Y muchas gracias por acompañarnos. Espero oírlos pronto otra vez. Hasta luego.
Thank you. Sound like a female whale shark so that the males can buy.
Yeah, call him the whale shark call.
RV Bridge.
We're
Hi Tyler. Yeah, just looking at this here, just to give ourselves a little bit more back pocket as the night falls. Would it be alright with you guys if we set off north at about 0.2 of a knot?
I believe we can accommodate that out.
Sounds good. Just reduce the
Thank you for joining us, everyone. It's the end of the dive. We're going to be taking tomorrow off, but we'll join you back on the...
What day is it?
Sunday.
We'll join you back on Sunday for another dive of the Octopus Odyssey.